And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. Uh, variety 3D streamer, by the way. What does that mean? Well, it means we do everything from printer assemblies and modifications, like we did to the Flying Bear Reborn 2 not too long ago, or full up printer builds from self sourcer kits, such as our Trident and our two Voron 2.4s here. I also take part in some beta testing, such as for the Mercury 10G, which was a full enclosure build, and the trad rack up here from Annex Engineering. I do various 3D prints, as you can see all around in the background with the helmets and stuff. So I just kind of do a variety of things with everything around 3D printing. And yes, Pezliz, you did possibly see some stabby things. And I believe there was a syringe there involved and some lube gloves because, yes, we are starting into a new printer build. And if you've been around here, the channel long enough, you know that whether we use linear rails or linear rails or linear rods, we've got bearings to lube. We will be lubing our rods and balls today on channel. So without further ado, as you guys know, what is this? That's just to hide evidence. Exactly. The gloves will make sure that I don't leave any fingerprints behind. There we go. You may see some lighting going on in the background here. I'm still working on that. Basically what I did was I have 1 meter long strips of light in a tube with diffusers. Right now I've got to not reorganize, but put this one at the front and move everything down one row and do a power injection partway through because it doesn't have enough to reliably run all three lights. So it needs some power injection further down the line to get all 3 meters going. But yeah, just trying to brighten it up, throw some lights in there, and eventually there will be some channel redeem options to play with the lights, change the color of the lights, and all that good jazz. Because people seem to like doing that. There will not, however, be a blackout command because I know better. I know better, and I will burn myself or spill coffee on myself if somebody turns the lights off on me while I'm drinking coffee. So, with that said, we finished off the last build project on Saturday. Yes, thank you, thank you. We finished off the last build project on Saturday, which is a Voron V02, which was a little bit newer version of this one over here on the end, which is a V01. We will be tearing this partially down and rebuilding it as a V02 in the not too distant future. Hey, K2 Dragon, or K2 Kevin, welcome on in. Da Vinci, welcome in. I just been sitting here watching Pezliz and Royal Nomi go back and forth about gloves and lube. But we will be there soon. But we finished with the Voron V02 build and did the recipient announcement on Saturday. As most of you know, that machine will be going to Free Heathen. I still need to get it back up here on the desk and take some glamour shots and post that up on Twitter, Discord, the whole 9 yards, and tag a few people in it. So that will be happening here in the not too distant future. And today we will be starting on the salad fork. So this is a salad fork 160 size build. So it's a 160 by 160. I'm not sure what the height is. Probably be like 160 cube complete. So it'll be a little bit larger than the V02 build. There's two different variants of the salad fork. There's a 120 and there's a 160. We're going to be doing the 160 build. Glamour shots with the pop-up collars. Ah ha ha. You never know what may be in the glamour shot. Yep. Hey, Subsector, welcome on in. How you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Now, you always confuse the salad fork with the dessert fork. Yes. So the salad fork, and let me go ahead and change our window a bit here. We'll go this way. Salads for the smaller one. Actually, I think the salad and the dessert fork are about the same, right? Aren't they both smaller? You know, there's a difference between the soup spoon, the regular spoon, and then yeah, whatever. So the salad fork is from the Printers for Ants. In fact, let me bring that up. Printers for Ants, Printers for Ants. Really? Like, all the GitHub. I want Printers for Ants. There we go. 3D printers for ants. That's the one. Yeah, so the pretty 3D printers for ants. This is a set of mods for Voron printers, or in some cases, straight up rebuilds, like straight up builds. So you've got things like the Dueling Zero, which are two extruders. So this is basically an IDEX, but they're on, I'll say, the front and back versus the left and right. So they have they each have an X gantry basically. Okay. Then there's the Double Dragon. This is the actual IDEX. So two hot end extruders on one X gantry. You have the Crucible, which is triple lead screws in a V0. So this is a Voron V0 mod. Okay. F0 is basically making, I believe this is a 2.4 and a V0. So a flying gantry like a 2.4 on a V0 frame. You've got a Tri-Zero, which is a triple belted Z. So rather than lead screws, it belts. Pandora's Box, Aaron 3D is, hey, speak of the devil, Aaron 3DP right there, is getting ready to start streaming his Pandora build. Yeah, printers for ants. That could be scary. Very, very true, Royal Nomi. Very true. And then we have some scratch builds. You'll have the Micron, which is a 2.4, basically broken down towards a V0 style. It is using 1515 extrusions. It's just kind of really scaled down. And then you've got the salad fork. So the salad fork is a trident that's been shrunk down and uses 1515 extrusions. But it is a full frame build. So you can't take a Voron V0 frame and build a salad fork out of it. So you've lined up the salad fork to be right after. Very nice. Where'd you get your salad fork stuff from? Micron's a fun build, great printer. See, that it's things like the Micron. So the Micron would really benefit from the Galileo Z drives, right? The Micron would benefit from that, and so would, is it Pandora's Box? No. Well, maybe. Pandora's still a belted Z. The 000, anything that's a belted Z would probably benefit from the Galileo Z drive setup. You're going to do the G2Z drives? Nice. Nice. You need to rebuild Frankie? Uh-oh. Is that just because you want to rebuild Frankie? You've caught the building bug? You have the drives on hand already? Nice. And then you got some barely bigger. So you got the tiny M, and I think that's a 150 bed, and a 190 that's unofficial. This is a V0 that gets scaled up using 2020 extrusion. And then Tiny T, which is another Trident, but at a 150 build volume. So once again, we're going to be doing the salad fork here. And everything's pretty much run off of their GitHub page. So yeah, you want to spruce them up? Of course, you got to. Yep, Tiny T's working with 2020 extrusions as well. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, it's probably good if you received it from somebody else subsector to just do a full tear down anyhow and rebuild to make sure everything's nice and square. Yeah, yeah. So this is what the salad fork rendering would look like. Okay, and it's typical Trident, just using the V0 motors, so NEMA 14s versus 17s in some places. Now, some things about the salad fork. It's scaled down and it uses the 1515 aluminum extrusions instead of 2020. Um, it's not a modification for a V0, but a scratch build. So that requires longer extrusions and rails, so more rails than a V0. It does use the integrated lead screw Z motors of the V0 though. And a higher wattage power supply because you're running the bed and everything on. You have extra motors. So that was 3D printers or ants. I don't know about doing BFIs. So right now I have not printed the parts for BFIs. I still have time because I don't think we're going to get that far today, but it does support clicky out of the box. And it does support purge buckets. You have says flexible tool head with a variety of options. So there are a lot of options that you can use regarding the tool head. You can do a afterburner, you can do the stealth burner, you can go and do all kinds of crazy ones. I think I've seen some people put Manus on there and other things. I believe I'm going to go with the stealth burner rocking the drop effect XG because I have one of those from Earth that I picked up. It has a faster heat up time, preheat time, because it's a smaller bed frame and it's a smaller print volume. So it should heat up and hold the heat rather nicely. You can do sensorless homing for X and Y. It does support the mini stealth burner, like I said, and it has boop compatibility. So for those of you that don't know, boop is the smaller version of boron tap. So boop will work with the mini stealth burner, but it has to have the rigid bed frame, so no cantilever bed. So it doesn't work with the V0, but it will work with things like the salad fork because it's a Trident, it's a triple lead screw bed, and it'll be compatible with that. Hey Nick, how are you doing? So I do plan on doing boop, and I'm going to do boop with a kit that I have on hand. So I should have all the pieces I need to do boop. If not, I will reach out and get them. And normally you will see me pull down a manual in PDF, and then we can just roll through the PDF. They don't have a PDF document. Their documents, they have a bomb out here on Google Sheets, and their documentation is directly on GitHub. So clicking that link, we will come over here to the GitHub, into their docs. And this is why you can't really do a PDF export if it's not here, because everything is done as basically GitHub pages. So all the documentation is here in GitHub. We do talk about BHCS, so button head cap screws and socket head cap screws. We do have print considerations. The print considerations here are which versions of which pieces to print. So far, I've got everything queued up, and I've printed just about everything but the door panels, some of the electronics pieces, and the tool head. So everything but the tool head is already sliced. I just need to finish running through and printing. I had to switch over today to printing the accent colors because we will be installing our bump stops when we start putting our rails on today, and we're going to need those. Did you cover electronics already? I have not. So the electronics requirements here is you're going to have 3 lead screws, so 3 Z motors, an A and a B motor, and an extruder. So you're going to need something that handles 6 driver motors, or if you're going CAN bus, you're going to need something that can do 5. So you can get away with something like the SKR E3EZ that we used on the Core the Ender XY, because you would have 5 stepper drivers. And then you can do CAN bus and run CAN bus on your tool head. Right now, I haven't quite figured out my tool head yet. I do have a Octopus 1.1 with 6 drivers currently populated on it. I do have a UTC. I would have to get my hands on a EBB 36 to run with the tool head, because you can't run an SB 2209 on a mini stealth burner. So I'd have to do an EBB 36. I do have a UTC, and I can run CAN bus directly off the Octopus. So there's options there I haven't quite figured out. But you're going to start asking about electronics. So we do have the UHF 350. So the nice thing with the UHF is it's slimmer. It's about half the size of a normal power supply. And you've got your power in on one side and all of your DCs on the other side. So AC on one side, DC on the other. So you can basically split your wiring in your compartment a lot easier. Do have an LED display for that one. There's the tap kit, and I was looking, the tap kit should work just as well for the boop. And then we've got our Octopus board, and like I said, I've already put the 6 drivers on it. So yeah, it's going to get a little crowded underneath here, but we'll figure that out when we get to it. Just means I have to have some good wire management. And I don't know, I mean, I don't remember, were these, yeah, I may have, these are some disco sticks. We might light it up a bit. You'll be running an M8P with the onboard CAN. And you know what? Quite honestly, Aaron, that may be another option that I look at, because running the M8P, I would have the onboard CB1, and that would also free up some space underneath there as well. So that may be a better option, is to go with the M8P versus the Octopus. I didn't think about that. So looks like we have an ad break coming up here in a minute. Yeah, so once I get the printer built and I get to start looking at how much real estate I have underneath, I'll probably make that decision to go with the latest version of the M8P, or like you said, the M5P would work with the CB1, especially if I'm going CAN, because I'll only need the 5 drivers, and that one would work just fine, and maybe reuse the octopus on something else that may be showing up in the near future. And no, it won't go on that because I've already got plans for that one. We'll talk about that one later. Only download is you need CM4 if you need DSI connections or they've got a different display. They've got the SPI display that you can use with it, and it would be a 3.5-inch display, which would probably be better for this than a 4 display. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, and with that, print consideration wise, it's Voron, print with standard Voron settings. And boom, we're gonna start getting into our frame. You may see here that I've got some frame parts laid out, and they are all in the correct order, size order, as shown here up until the last 4, which I just moved up here just because I was running out of some real estate here. And I know that I need to prep some rails or some linear rails and stuff. So, yep. For those of you interested, it does kind of lay out where each individual extrusion is going to go. Oh, not a problem, Aaron. Not a problem. Keep chatting because once again, I was thinking, okay, do the octopus and do a UTC, and then it just hit me as you were talking about of if I do an octopus, I can do a UTC, or I can not do the UTC and do CAN through the octopus, but then I would still need a Raspberry Pi and another 5-volt power supply or the 5-volt DC converter like you use on a V0, or run it UART. But like you said, it's starting to get very busy under the chassis now. So if I go to the Manta line and do an M5P, which should have CAN bus and a CB1, now it's all on board. The CB1's getting powered directly, so I don't need to run a separate power supply. Or I could always do a Big Tree Tech Pi, which would take power directly from that, and I can do CAN bus right off of that. So, there's options. I just need to see how to lay things out underneath. Because really an octopus board has more drivers than I would need for this particular build. So it may be better suited somewhere else. So we'll see. It would just mean that I have a board that'll be itching to get used. So first step, prep the rails. So you've got a lot of linear rails. You need to prep them. It says 5 because it talks about the 3 and the 2. So the 3 are going to be for your Z, and then the other 2 are going to be for your Y. And then you're going to have your X gantry here, which is the bigger one. We're just going to go ahead and work them all at the same time. And when I go to do this, I'll tell you, these are DFH, which almost kind of remind me of like unbranded, or not unbranded, but rebranded LDOs from the looks of them. They are bone dry. And when I say bone dry, I mean, I'm not feeling like normally you can feel the oil on them, right? They're just gooped up with oil. You take the stoppers off and there's oil everywhere. No, these things really do feel bone dry. -1 X2. So I'm going to just slide these off like that. And I'm going to glove up and I'm just going to start putting in my grease. I'm not going to worry about trying to clear these off with isopropyl because like I said, looking at these and feeling these, they're bone dry. We'll get our, I'd say sharp pokey thing. It looks sharp pokey, but it's not. It's got a flat end. If you try and poke somebody with that, it's going to be painful because there's no point to it. All right, Timor, you got the honeydews complete? That's good. That is good. I'm sure when Miss Dragon gets home, she's going to have plenty of honeydew for me. And I'm just going to be like, yes, ma'am. Okay, and these are MGN 7s. So they're going to be a little fun to work with. Little fun to work with. Just because there's not a lot of space in between these rails to work with. But we'll get there. What I try and do is get some of that grease in there and then move the balls through the track, and that will push some of the grease down into the track. You just got to be a little careful that you don't start pushing balls out of the rail. Started to do right there. Get him back in there. Around a bit more. Same thing on the other side. I've got plenty of extra steel balls for like MGN 12, but I don't have any for MGN 7. So you got to be careful that you don't lose a ball because they're pretty tiny. I don't know if you can see that on there. I did lose a ball. And I got to figure out which side it came out of. That side. See if I can get that one switch back there. Zombie, this is a 160. Yeah, I may have to change that up for doing the next rails, because yeah, these are just way too tiny. We're going to go back to the old school way of doing it halfway and then sliding things on. Working them around and through some. Because these are so small, I don't want to like really put way too much in there. A couple of beads will do you. Everything's moving good. Yeah, and these are Z1. So these have a good preload to them. I'm just working on getting as much grease as I can down in the channel, and then we'll move it through its motion to get it into the raceways. Yeah, you came in, push it through a hole in the back of the rail. Yeah, but I mean, that wastes a lot of grease. Unless you then try and suck it back into the syringe. But I get it. I know there are places where you can get your rails pre-lubricated, and that's normally how I get them. Is when they're pre-lubed, is they've lubed them from the backside through the linear rail. And I mean, it works, but the end user then has to sit there and try and deal with all the excess lubricant that's stuck in there. Well, the trick is for removing your carriages is to go real slow. Real slow, do it over like you see me, I'm doing this over paper towels, and that is so I don't make a mess like I just did there and wipe stuff all over my desk, or my desk or my workbench here. It will happen, and then I'll clean it up with isopropyl. But just always take time, go slow. The last thing you want to do is knock this off your table, and especially with these small balls, you're never going to find them again. Your best bet at that point would be a magnet. Once again, all I'm trying to do is just press that Mobilux into the rails, and it'll squish around the balls, and we'll just work it into the actual bearing chases. And with these MGN 7s, it's not going to take a lot. You definitely need a smaller syringe tip if you are going to be trying to load these through an actual Zerk port on the carriage, which I'm assuming like a high wind would have a working functional Zerk port in it. What you see me doing there is just wiping the excess off the backside of the rail and the top of the carriage and stuff. Because once again, you're going to be working on those parts, and if you get grease on it now, you install it, and then as you work with the printer, you're just going to keep redistributing that grease everywhere. And I don't know about you, but I'm the type of guy that doesn't wear sunscreen because I can't stand the feel of it. No, this salad fork was a mic check, mic check, mic check. Let me see if somebody's lurking on me. All right, she might not be lurking. Okay, so this was a spur of the moment purchase. Shop caught me in a weak moment and sent me a notification that DFH had salad fork kits And by salad fork kits, I mean, he bundled up all the salad fork stuff that he had into a kit, and it was like $450. And yeah, so oh yeah, I know Built Over Bot. The mic was working. It was more of whether or not Mrs. Dragon was listening in to my spontaneous. Um, so let's just say I've been a little bit depressed because Miss Dragon's been gone for so long, and I tend to work through my issues with retail therapy. So this was one of said types of purchases. There may also be a package on the way soon from the Miami, Florida area. With another spur of the moment weakness. Yeah, and I don't know if it's like really depressed, but it's, everything's thrown off. After a while you get in a funk when your spouse is gone traveling for a while, and now I get it, being gone in the military and the spouse being at home, holding things down at the house. Getting to talk and deal with issues remotely, and of course there's plenty of remote issues going on because we've got other family drama on my brother's side right now. But oh yeah, Fabrico's sending me free stuff too. I people thought I was kidding when I made a comment to Chris that if the black box, if we need to take a break from the black box, or black box is like just feeling really overwhelming and stuff, and I need to step back for a moment and work on something a little bit more relaxing, then maybe I'll look at putting together a K3 from Annex Engineering. So yeah, Fabrico's sending me a K3 kit. He was really looking out for my well-being and making sure that, my other builds on schedule weren't overwhelming me, and if I needed to take a break and kind of relax and get my bearings again, that I would have something to work on that was a little bit easier, a little simpler. I know that was the facetious part. I know. I know exactly what I get into there. Hey, Frank's 89, how's it going? Well, and once again, if I start, if the if I start getting overwhelmed by black box, and we jump over to the K3, and then I start getting overwhelmed with a K3, then maybe Mello is going to be nice and send me a VZ Bot 235. Oh yeah, I would do a 235. The 330, I like the build size of a 330, but it's just massive. Like I can't put the Ender 5 up here because it literally the feet sit on the red rails, right? The metal edges. It doesn't touch this at all. So I could just see it like getting to shaking one day and slipping a foot off the side and crashing down, and then I've got some electrical issues. Hey, Shaudel, how's it going? Hey, Leroy, how's it going? Yep, Dragon Den coffee. It's actually not Dragon Den coffee, but in the Dragon Den we do drink a lot of coffee. So But we're doing our other favorite pastime here on the Dragon Den, which is lubing our rods and balls. So I have still misplaced my bearings, so I've lost my bearings. And the bearings I lost were my MR85 QRS bearings that I bought because that's what you use in the V02 leg for the filament runout sensor. And I went to look for them because I was trying to prep and get ready for my build, and I cannot find them anywhere. I bought a pack of 10 of them. I used one, and I have zero idea where the rest are. So I ordered a few more from KB3D, which means as soon as they get in, I'll go to set them somewhere, and that'll be exactly where the other 9 are. So it's a good way to find things that you misplace is just buy new ones, and you'll find them like either right after they ship or right after you get them. Hey, Thunder Keys, thanks for the Tier 1 subscription and for your 3 months of subscribing. That's awesome. And hey, D. Franks, yep, I get you your Delmar. How's it going, Delmar? So we are starting a salad fork on a kit from DFH. And by kit, I mean it was a bundle of the various sub-component kits that DFH had. So it pretty much had everything but the electronics and the hot end of your choice, which right now I've got a Big Tree Tech Octopus 1.1 board with TMC 2209 drivers. But as me and Delmar were talking at the beginning of the stream about what electronics board would be needed and everything, I got to thinking that, yeah, it was a deal. It was basically everything but the electronics for like $450. So yeah. Yeah, awesome. And yeah, I just maybe picked up one of those nifty Honey I Shrunk the Trident shirts myself, Thunder Keys. Hopefully it'll get here before we're done with the build. Get off some of that excess there. We've also got a Voron 2.4 build for Chewy. We're going to start that on Saturday, and hopefully Chewy did get stuff in the mail. And the thing that I'm still waiting on from Chewy that will be needed quickly would be the deck panel, right? Because you mount the deck panel before you do the Z drives. So we may have to get a little bit creative there on that build until that stuff comes in, but we'll work that as we need to. But we've got the salad fork, we've got the 2.4 build. We will be getting a black box sometime in November. Right now, the issue there is they were trying to transition the project in Fusion 360 from, I believe it was Mark with the black box team, Layer XYZ, to KB3D, and Autodesk Fusion borked the transfer. So they are beholden to Autodesk to get that sorted and fixed. So they're in a holding pattern right now because he needs to drop some new files for that build. So he may go ahead and send parts to me, but I won't be able to really get started. It'll just be a box sitting here until I can start printing the parts out. Yes, Modlight, if you could, please give a shout out for Aaron 3DP and for Zombie and Peds Liz and Royal Nomi. And one for yourself if you are streaming again. Oh yeah. No, we've been joking about me misplacing my bearings. I've lost my bearings. I've lost my bearings. Chris built his nuts. Um, then he on stream he had the audacity to teabag me and put his balls in my cup. And for those of you, yes, we are being adult jokesters here. He put his balls energy drink into a Dragon's Den coffee cup. So yes, he teabagged me. Zombies lurking? Lurking in lube, yep. So much lube going on. A zombie had to take a siesta and go handle some things. Oh yeah, the stealth burner. So once again, the stealth burner isn't a bad build as far as a hot end goes. The issues that I've had doing stealth burner have all come from doing kind of like you're doing with a mod, right? So, oh yeah, we've had drop game the whole time, by the way. So drop game does work. If you want to partake, then partake. You might also find slots and roulette work. Thing. So the one frustrating time I had was when we did the I think it's Blue Dragon that has a SB 2209 CAN bus and a LGX light extruder. And trying to get that set was painful because I had to do about like 4 different mods to get the right mix for the door and to make everything fit, in the fan shroud and everything. And that was just painful. Okay, we've got 6 rails lubed up, sitting to the side. And for giggles, not really for giggles, but we're going to dribble a little bit of IPA there and just clean this area off because I do know I got some of the Mobilux on there, so toss that away. Okay, so next up, we're going to start with the front Z rails. We need 2 of our extrusions labeled I. So I is 2 of our long rails. Okay, and our long rails will have one side with a hole at each end, and then the other sides have a hole in each end and one partway into the middle. So these are the ones that we're going to use. Yeah, I believe Bang Slots works, but Bang Gamble may not. Uh-oh, you have 0 points. So to do the belted Ender, it would be an Ender 3, an Ender 3 V2, an Ender 3 Pro. Anything more than that, and you're kind of just wasting your money. Whichever one whichever one that you can get a deal on, and a straight old Ender 3 will work just beautifully. I am not using white belt, Stephen, because white belts would be I want to say the white belts are the fiberglass belts, and my understanding is they do not do well. The fiberglass reinforced belts do not do well around tight corners. There are white belts, but they are a different type. They are not the standard rubber belts with a little bit of reinforcement in it. They've got glass fibers, I believe, is the white ones. Yeah, the tension arm can be a pain, but okay, so we've got two of our rails, the eye rails, and we're going to use two of our MGN 7H200s, 14 M2 nuts, 14 M2 by 6 button head cap screws, some M3 by 8s, and M3 nuts. Okay, a few printed parts. We are not using the Z-rail nut holders because the other parts in the kit were steel backers and the steel nut bars. We're going to use these instead of nuts. And rails, here's the other one. And there's so one of these is not like the other because it should be longer. Longer and have bigger holes. There we go. Okay. So we're going to need two of our nut bars, and these do not have a burred edge on either side. We're just going to slide them into our channels. And I'm not going to take them all the way up just yet. I'm going to lay the rails on there and then just get the screw started. Then I can move it up and set it to the right depth as required. Yeah, on your white ones, you're going to want to probably use those on a larger build, like MGN 12, where you're using larger brackets and everything, just because it does not like tight turns. And doing anything like this build, it would be a tight turn. So right before this stream, all I did was I pulled all of these out because they were not in any type of size order. So I pulled them all out and then put them in size order with my button heads going across the bottom. And then starting with my, this is the last button head, and then I started with the socket head cap screws through here in 3 size. We went M5s, and then all my M2s are at the top. And then just some miscellaneous bits and bobs. So we're going to need our M2 by 6s. And these are our very nice small screws. And another reason why it's good to have either a silicone mat or like a paper towel, because you can drop these things out on a paper towel, which will make them easier to grab and also keep them from rolling everywhere, especially when you have a black table. Trying to find black screws on a black table is kind of a pain in the butt. Let me see. Shout out subsector. So you're doing some shout outs. Did it shout out wrong person at first? Nope, he misspelled subsector. That's why I didn't shout out subsector. I want to go to the one in Colorado, but that might be out of the picture for next year. Okay, Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. Yeah. Yep. And we are using button head cap screws here. And once again, we're just going to try and get these lined up and get them started. I'm just feeling for tension because these you're really not going to feel them go in. I mean, these things, and you got to be careful with these because they're real easy to yank out. And in fact, because I'm going to be very careful, I'm not going to torque these. I will use a little bit of our Loctite on it. And once again, I'm going to go down until I can kind of feel it cinch up, and then I'll back it off just so I know that we are, that we're good, that we've made good contact. But this is metal through metal going into metal, so we should be good to use our Loctite here. And once again, the nice thing with the Loctite is we don't have to really torque things down, and it will stay without any issues. No problem, subsector. We love all of our 3D printing streamers here and makers of all shades and color, because when I say that, I don't necessarily mean race, ethnicity, but shades and color from laser, sublimation, woodworking, leather crafting, music. I mean, we're all making something, can all share and cross pollinate across. What I'd really like to do is find somebody that does, I'll say like jewelry making, like maybe what we'll refer to as fine metalwork, right? Yep, shenanigans. We're going to be doing the salad fork now, so we're going to stay with our small theme for now. On Saturday, because that's our longer stream day normally, the plan is to start Chewy's 2.4 build. Then hopefully by the time we get both of those done, we will have our black box available and we can start working on the black box. Hey, Eagle Brett, how are you? Even if I don't have all the toolhead stuff yet, because that will be later on in the build anyhow. And I know he's still working on releasing some of the files that are going to be pertinent to me, because the plan will be that I think 3 of the tool heads will use Revos. 1 will use a standard M6 threaded heat break. And then the 5th one will be left alone for the time being, because they're going to possibly release other tools other than FDM. So we might leave that open for something else. But yeah. And what just piqued my interest, and I have already sent an email to Chris calling dibs, is not only do we get a new extruder from E3D in the form of the E3D Rhoda, which is, from what it looks like, going to be even smaller than the H2V2S Lite because it's 140 grams. It'll be based on the Revo ecosystem. And they also announced the obsidian high flows. So I have already told Chris to sign me up that I will take those when he gets them, Colin Dibs. Of course, he gets his first pick because, well, it's his company. I'm like, just throwing it out there. Checkbook, you've already got all my payment information. Just let me know when you're processing it. Darn it. There we go. We found the hole. Exactly. Open invoice is kind of just like a line of credit on the house, just keep it coming. Just keep it coming. You're in and are right now recycling and kitchen stuff. So by recycling, do you mean cardboard or do you mean chocolate? Because I saw Nero, he was printing with his printer all day long, and apparently he wasn't satisfied and had to keep eating or excuse me, I'm going to refer to it as he was recycling his prints because he consumes them in one end and he'll recycle them and 3D print with them again later. In and out right now. But yes, we're going to work on the salad fork, and the salad fork has a white frame, and the color scheme is going to be Fusion Atomic Orange 2.0 ABS and Galaxy Purple Polymaker ABS. So it's primarily going to be orange and white because we started thinking about the orange creamsicle, and we're just going to call it the creamsicle because, I like blueberries as well. You can do blueberry creamsicles. So we're going to do an orange blueberry creamsicle. And then baby blue, when I rebuild her, because that was the other project, was rebuilding baby blue and taking her from a 01 to a 02. I'm going to use the pop pink and the pop blue for that one, since it's a blue frame. So we'll use pop pink as the primary and the pop blue as the secondary color. Dragon, I know you're busy building, but if I get you the files for the printer I want to build, yes, Modlite. I can do that. Definitely I can do that. Teslas, you have a date with the multimeter to get through some troubleshooting. Oh, a date with a multimeter. Nice. Nice. We got you learning and troubleshooting all kinds of stuff, huh? Found out your multimeter doesn't work. It takes batteries, Pez. You actually have to put batteries in it. And then, yeah, you'd have to use another multimeter to check the multimeter to figure out where the short was in the original multimeter. Yeah, I have no shortage of printer print space. I have plenty of printers that can print things. In fact, Mrs. Dragon is at a conference in New Orleans right now and said, our table is too plain. And I was like, tell me what you want. I may have to have Evil Diesel make something up, and then we'll start printing stuff out. So your next one, you've got stuff to take to little fidget toys or whatever for the table. Your salad is going to be pink and blue, and you're going to name it Bubblicious. Nice. Yep, no worries, Monlight. I got you. And this is what I don't stream troubleshooting. Liz is a big crybaby. You're fine, Liz. Um, no, though, I have no problem printing things for people. That it's all good. It is all good, and yeah, Aaron knows that I've got more printers than I know what to do with, and I can definitely print things for people. That's not a problem. So what we're going to do here is we put our nut bars in. We just mounted our rails. Now our rails need to be 22 millimeters from the end before we tighten the screws down. So using an M3, okay, that'll be that thing. Okay, so here's what we're going to do is we need 22 millimeters from the bottom. So we're going to zero out our scale and open it up. Interesting. Zero out. We're going to go to 22. And I am thinking it may be time for a battery swap because this is starting to give me all kinds of weird readings. Ay, ay, ay. We're going to do it like we're going to eyeball 22, set our depth gauge. And like we've done in the past, we're going to take our depth gauge, tip of our depth gauge, put it at the end of our rail and just push our rail forward until the base touches the bottom of the extrusion. And that's our 22 millimeters. Same thing with this one. Push it forward until we bottom out, and we're at 22 millimeters. Now we're going to use our little tool jigs. Got to figure out which one's which. Got 7 and 9 millimeters. So we're going to take our MGN7 tool jigs here and plop it over. And I'm going to put it over one of the blank holes. That way we're going to line it on the rail. And we're going to start in the middle and just tighten things down, just making it snug. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I've got a few on the dining room table that are going to be quiet when Miss Dragon gets home until she'll be home for a few days, and then she'll leave to go on another trip to Minneapolis. And then when she comes back, they'll be off the dining room table completely. Now we're going through and we're just torquing these a little bit. And we're trying to be careful not to torque them too much because you can shear the heads off of these bolts. So they are just really thin, so be careful. This is why we put Loctite on them as well. Yeah, there's a PIF program. I don't know what the wait time is on the PIF program. And I am by no means on the PIF program, but I will print it forward every day of the week. So don't you worry there, I got you covered. No worries, my light. Print him an arm and a leg and send it to him. Yeah. Oh yeah. Do not do these with a ball end driver. Do these with a, I'll say this, the square end driver. Like I said, I got these from Fabrico, but do them with the straight end, not the ball end driver on these. And if you have to, because you're doing maintenance after the fact, then just be very, very careful. And like Aaron said, don't cheap out and go get a real nice set of ball end drivers. But if you strip one of these, it's where it's at. You ain't getting it out. Well, you will, but you're going to drill it out, is what's going to happen. Yeah, I was going to say Princess Auto, that would be the closest thing to like a Harbor Freight, right? Yeah, her build, she had an issue with the controller board. So you replaced the controller board already, right? Yes, so there's some printed tools. So these are for the MGN7 rails. Um, so these are for the MGN7. These are for the MGN9. I've already got ones for MGN12s on a 2020, MGN12s on a 2040. And there's a few other spacers and stuff that we get here that we'll work with later on in the build. So they really, really help. Really help. Yeah, use the RC hex drivers. Yeah, no worries. So we've got these two rails. Whoops, almost done. We've got to do one other piece, and that is install the bump stop at the top. And these are going to be M3 screws and M3 nuts, and they were M3 by 8 button head cap screws and M3 nuts. And we're just putting these at the top side. And threes. Everything in here was black except for the M3 nuts. That's nice. Now, what I'm going to do here, just to make things a little bit easier probably, is I'm going to go ahead and get my M3 screw in and just get the nuts started. And then I should be able to take these and slide them down from the top. If I can get them to line up in the channel right. Like that. And then another one. These being button heads, we'll use our 2mm hex head driver. We can pop the top one off, add it to our collection over here. Now we've got a top bump stop, and at the bottom we're still using our little rubber bump stop. There's 2 rails that are done. Now we're going to need a extrusion with the label C. You're going to see me keep scrolling up here. A, B, C. So this is an extrusion that has no holes in it except for the ends. What they need is go to the top, go to the, they need interpage links so that you can go up and down to check out your rail sizes. So the rear rail, remember on a Trident, this will sit on the bottom of the frame, and then there will be a piece across the top that makes the back rail of your gantry. So that's why this one is so much shorter than this. And we're going to use our other MGN 200 with another one of our brackets here. Coolest print with a PLA. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm looking forward to my my black box subsector, is because I'll be able to do things like TPU and PLA, or TPU and ABS, or other materials that normally would not attach to one another, but you can mechanically captive them. So you can make live hinges, by a captive design with TPU. But I think there's some options there. You told your dad today that I'm going to take any Christmas money and birthday money to buy the parts I need for my Voron. He was not happy, but I need to get built so I can get my LLC. Oh, gotcha. Oh, that sucks, hybrid robotics. Yeah, so I've been cleared for my cataract surgery. I got the authorization from my insurance. Now I'm just waiting for a call back from the surgical office to set up the date. Then we can plan for possibly not doing a build stream and just maybe just doing a chat and chill or no stream at all, depending on what day. Nice mod light. Ever since your 4 strokes, your hands don't stop shaking. Yeah, that's rough there, mod light. So how do you with having the shaky hands and stuff? How easy is it for you to build things? Hard. And Aaron, did you basically say that you've got all your parts and stuff ready to go? It's just you got to work on your actual stream setup, like your mic for your stream setup. And what's your plan? Are you going to do a like a lav mic like I'm using, or are you going to do a boom style mic like Tesla's just got? Tesla's and Zombie shenanigans. Okay, so we've got this one ready. And this goes 7 millimeters up. So this isn't up that far at all. And you may ask, well, if this is only 7 millimeters up, how is that going to line up with the 2 front ones? Once again, the 2 front ones are the front pillars, which will sit directly, quote unquote, on the ground or on the feet, on the skirts, where the back one sits on the horizontal that goes across. So there's 15 millimeters just in the extrusion, plus another 7 for the gap we just added. That's what makes that 22 millimeter gap that we set on the other 2. Okay, so we've got our rail guides on here that will help align our rails to the, center them on the 1515. Now we're just going to go through and snug things up initially. Gotcha. So a DJI mic, but is that going to be like a lav mic, like a wireless lav mic, or is that going to be a boom mic, shotgun mic. I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm using the what is this? The Comica Boom X-D. It was a suggestion from Scott from Edge of 3D, and it works pretty good. It works pretty good. Okay, so we've got that one done. Now we're going to need to put these M2s away. I don't think we'll need them for a short bit. We're going to need another M3x8 and a M3 hex nut because we need to put another stop up here. Landed for 36.97. Oh, at least you hit. Lately I've been doing the drop game and I'm not even like hitting. So okay, so it's gotcha. So it's like this. I can actually just clip this directly to my shirt and use the mic right here, or I can run it up through a lav mic and clip it on my shirt, which is what I normally do. Have a boom mic for the PC, but it wouldn't work well. Yeah. I'm gonna go with the Rode mic they just came out with, or a DJI Rode mic. Nice. Cool. Slide that in. That down and in place. Use our 2mm for the M3. Tighten that down and we can take off another one of our bumpers. And there's our third ZN or Z rail ready to go. And we just make sure. Now we're going to set up the front bottom X extrusion. So we need an extrusion with the label E. A, B, C, D, E. And E is a longer one that has no holes in it, but is tapped on both ends. And we're going to insert a bunch of M3 nuts into it. And this is where I did print out what amounts to a bunch of the no drop nut holders. So they do have a bunch of those. And quite honestly, I was not paying attention to which ones were going on which plate. Or if any of them would get used at this point or not. But I'm going to look at the diagram, and it looks like it's 4 sets of 2 on one side and then 2 sets of 2 that are wider space on the other side. So it kind of looks like a this one, and then maybe 4 of these, and Yeah, it looks like I only have one like this one. Or we need two. So this could be interesting. Go ahead and get a couple of these loaded and get them inserted, and hopefully these work in these, and they're not feeling like they're going to. So we will not be able to use these in these particular um, rails, once again, because of the shape of them. And there is a note in here that says that they may work or they may not, depending, because some of them are 2.5 millimeters and some of them are 3 millimeters. So we're just going to go ahead and put in 8 on one side, flip it over. We're going to put in 4 on the other. And then a couple of M3 by 8 button head screws on each side. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, how's it going? Welcome on in, friendo. Welcome on in. And these, since we're going to be going into the end of the rail, we'll go ahead and put a little smidge of Loctite on them. And then proceed to drop it, because why not? Now, I don't know. I know there's a trick that you can put a washer on there and it helps tighten it up. I don't know if that's needed on these 15 by 15 rails. I think it's better on like the M5 or the 2020s where you're using an M5 or an M6. So I will be using that trick on Chewy's frame, which I know it uses M6 for the rails versus M5 because it's not the like an LDO or straight Misumi spec. So we get caught up with chat here. It looks like it was passed me by a little bit. Hit Skyfire, white frame. Are we going to have some gold and blue printed parts? Call it the Ruth build. Dragon Riders a Pern reference. Damn, like Kit Skyfire, where were you like a few days ago? Like you need to drop that on me a few days ago. So no, we're gonna make this the orange blueberry creamsicle. So we're printing orange. This is a Fusion, their Atomic Orange 2.0, and Polymaker Galaxy Purple ABS. Yeah, gold and blue is a nice combo. Did not even think about that one. Did not even think about that one. For the 2.4, it's normally 3 rolls, 2 for the primary and 1 for the secondary. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, how's it going? Um, Gotcha. Oh wow, Monlight. I didn't realize you had to use EpiPen. I got to use those occasionally. So we're going to set up bottom Y extrusions. So these are two of the extrusions labeled with H. So that was I and J, which means H should be these extrusions. Once again, they're longer and does not appear to have any holes in them. We will, of course, double, triple, quadruple check that. I'm going to scroll up. Yeah, it looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 trails. Yep, so these are the 8 trails. So we will need 2 of these extrusions. And I'm just looking to see if there are any blemishes, because I did notice on this rail, there are, you can see right there and right there, there's some small blemishes. So I just want to make sure that that's facing down, so it'll be at the bottom and covered up by the skirt. What? Insert an M3x8 into each end of the extrusion, leaving about 2 millimeters clearance. Okay, so we need 4 of those. Preload 2 M3 nuts into the top of the extrusion. Okay. 2 M3s in the top. Two M3s in the top. 7 into the bottom. And 4 into each side. Wow. Okay. So we have 2 at the top. We're going to put 4 in each side. So this is where you just have to be really methodical, and you'll double, triple check everything to make sure you've got all of your nuts loaded, because if you don't get your nuts loaded now and they're right, you will be taking your frame apart. So 4. Now we're going to go to the bottom side, and we need 7. Yep. So 1. Oh, sorry about that, my dude. There's 7 there. Now we're going to do 7 here. Okay, Hybrid Robotics. You have not missed much. We have done our Z rails up here. So we've got our 2 front ones and our rear one. And we've got our X crossbar, right? With 4 nuts on the top and 8 on the bottom. And we're doing the 2 Y rails. So we've got the X, these will be the 2 Y, and these will be our uprights. And what we're doing now is preloading all of the nuts that it's telling us to preload. So unfortunately on these builds, you really got to take your time when you're doing your pre-nuts, because these are not LDO or Misumi frames, these are Maker Beam frames. So there is no oops nuts that can go into this because it doesn't have the lower trough or the rounded bottom to the trough. It is a straight words. So on a standard LDO, let me see if, okay. So you've got it almost looks like a plus sign for each trough. On an LDO, the bottom portions would be kind of slanted, and that's what allows you to use their roll-in nuts. This, or not the roll-in, but the square nuts you can slip in and then slide them up onto a plastic part. You don't have that here. So here you've got to count out your nuts and make sure you put them all right. So on both of these, the top has 2 3mm nuts. Okay. The bottom, we'll flip it all the way over, has 7. Has 7. And then each of the sides has 4. And we're good. Now we're going to assemble the left front corner of the frame. So, oh, not good. We need to add our M3x8 screws onto the sides of these without dropping our nuts now. Because that's the other thing, is we can't use our nut guides here because they won't fit. How's it going, sis? Yeah, hopefully you get your stickers. I'm still annoyed because they said it was delivered, and I'm sure it was delivered. Just knowing my mailman, he delivered it to somebody else's house and not my house. Probably just out of spite. So how's it going, Westery? You've missed a hell of a stream so far. We've been lubing our balls and rails again. We sized up all of our extrusions. Now we're loading our nuts because you always have to have your nuts loaded appropriately and in the right quantity and order. Working on a pilot deck for a show. Are you guys back to work now? Trying to stay awake and keep count of dragons' nuts. Yeah, well, counting my nuts should keep you awake. And if not, it definitely gives you something to do to preoccupy your time. Okay, so I think we've got all of our nuts loaded. I am going to turn that off, set that over there so it's away. Quick swig of coffee. Oh, the UPS, FedEx, and Amazon guy likes me. It's just my mail guy comes and shoves boxes in the mailbox that you just can't get out without cutting the box apart. Yeah. Hey, Pesless, KB3D has roll-in T-nuts. Or the roll-in M5 nuts. Step E, attach extrusion E to extrusion I and tighten the screw in the extrusion. Okay. So extrusion E is our front for this one. H is going to be one of these. So we're going to scoot that out of the way. So we're looking like this. And we're going to put one of our H's here, excuse me, our I, and it's going to be pointed towards the H. Being the linear rail is going to be pointing towards H. So we're going to go in there kind of like that. And to keep our rails square, we're going to grab a 1, 2, 3 block. And I'm going to bring you guys down here a little bit because I'm going to come in it from the side to give me because these are down so far, I would be right up against the desk, and I know that's going to cause me issues. Need to come in like this. Once again, I'm going to make sure that my rails are pulled tight against the square. Okay, so this to this has been connected. Now I need to do it this way. Same thing. I'm going to pull it over, make sure it's nice and tight. Give that a nice tightening. Check my rails to make sure that my rails themselves didn't twist. And I believe we're good there. Okay, that's the first one. Double the right front corner of the frame. Very similarly from previous step. Bottom Y extrusion and the other Z extrusion or M3 nut. There's supposed to be some nuts added in here. Nothing about nuts. This talks about nuts. So reload 4 M3 nuts into the left side of extrusion I, facing the left side of the printer after assemble. Attach I to extrusion E, tighten the screw in extrusion E. Okay, I'll have to reread that after we get our other things here because we should be able to access all of them. So this is our other H with 2 at the top, 4 on the side, 7 at the bottom, 4 at the side. So that's going to be our top. We're just going to get these out of the way. Apparently I won't be able to use them. It's a shame. Okay. So we'll have this one here and our other eye. Apparently I might have these screwed in a little bit too far. Go. We're going to come in from the front to the back down the H. We're going to make sure that everything's nice and tight and steady. Okay. Flip this around. This nice and tight here. Keep it nice and steady. Already tightened, Luke. Okay. Those are good. Now let's go back up and read that note. You have a clear spray. So Friends of Rockhound makes things with precious stone and bead to get it shipped to her in Canada from us just for her drop box. Seems odd to me that this printer should be named Salad Fork. It's named Salad Fork because it is a smaller version of a trident. So a trident, of course, is a large fork. So salad fork would be a small fork, right? So that's why it's referred to as salad fork. You have a clear spray, cleans, lubes, and protects. That could work. Yeah, congrats, Hybrid, on getting a place. That's awesome. Yeah. Once again, because I think it was called Trident because it's got 3 linear rails, and the bed's got a 3-point. Trident has 3 forks on it. or 3 tines on the fork. Um, so the eye, once again, the assemble front right corner of frame assembly from previous step, the Y extrusion H, and the Z, the other eye rail, and 4 M3 nuts. Preload 4 M3 nuts into the left side of extrusion eye facing the left side of the printer after assembled. You should have the following preloaded into your right hand. Okay, that's what I was trying. So the right hand extrusion, right? So in this, the right hand, because this is the front of the printer, right? Left side, right side, and the right hand extrusion in this left face, so the left internal face, we need to put 4 M3 nuts. Now here's the problem. If I put this M3 nut in there right now, get it lined up right, put that M3 nut in there, it goes all the way down and out the bottom. Or, no, I guess it did. I guess it did get caught on there. So I was afraid that it was going to go all the way through, even with the through nut there, but it did get captured. So that was my fear, is that it would fall all the way through the bottom. There's 2. And what I was going to do is just put an M3 screw in it so it would get caught one way or the other. 3, and there's 4. So once again, 1, 2, 3, 4. You still counting my nuts? I don't know who was counting my nuts earlier. Keeping me honest and making sure my nuts are counted right. Yeah, that helps having the magnetized. Sometimes it's more of a pain though. Eagle Brett was counting my nuts. Okay, well hopefully he's still awake. So the rear bottom Z assembly. So we have our frame assembly. We're going to need an extrusion G, A, B, C, D, E, F, B. Extrusion C with Z relative. Okay, so G is the one that only has a screw hole through the middle. And that's going to be critical because we're going to slide our middle one in here. We'll have to tighten that up. So, okay, back down here. Sorry for the desk scroll, folks. 2 by 8 button head cap screws, 14 M3 nuts. Add 1 button head cap screw on each end of the G extrusion, leaving about 2 mm clearance. Add 8, oh, we're going to do this. Add this number on this side, this number on that side. So we're going to need 8 M3 nuts on the bottom of the G extrusion. So I can tell you that the hole is going to be the top and the bottom, right? You're not going to be doing it this way. You're going to be coming in from the bottom to attach your uprights. So top, bottom, pick the nicest side with no mar, and that's going to be the top. So at the bottom, we want 8 M3 T-nuts. You go, let's go. Or you want to play World of Warcraft? I get that. We got a whole print farm at the local makerspace to fix now, thanks to some kid crashing the nozzles into the bed. Oh goodness. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 at the bottom. 2 nuts to the back. 2 nuts to the front. Okay, so this is the bottom. So we'll need 2 nuts here. 2 nuts over here. Okay, so 8 at the bottom. There's 2 to the front, 2 to the back, and 4 to the top. Okay. Three of these should be on the left half and 1 on the right half. So that'll be good to know. 3 come over to this side of that hole. 1 will stay on this side of that hole. We're going to need M3x8, 1 on each side. And you see I'm waiting to put these on there till after I load my nuts, just because sometimes I found that you can't get your nuts past the button head screw head. So I don't want to take the chance. So I'm just making sure I can preload my nuts without any issues. They have the following preloaded in the G extrusion. Bottom has 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bottom has 8. Back has 2. If using the Fabrico back panel, use 1 instead. Don't know if I have a Fabrico back panel, but we'll just go with 2. And then top, left has 3, right has 1. So that's what we've got is 3 on this side, 1 on this side. So we'll be like that. And rear frame assembly. Well, that's kind of awesome. So there we go. Attach the C extrusion to the middle of the G extrusion. I almost missed that spot. And the only way we're going to do that is to put a M3 screw down there that I don't think they've mentioned. Either that or I missed doing it before. I'll go ahead and put them at the top and the bottom of this one. Don't forget to preload any mods you may be planning. You mean like maybe something for a Nevermore? And thanks, Aaron, for mentioning that. Let me just check where I put the Nevermore on my big one. So on the big one, I put the Nevermore in the back right, which means there's a base. And another one over here. And yeah, definitely thanks for calling that out, Aaron. The bed size. The bed size for this is a 160 bed size. So that's what we are working with. I need to make sure that 3 of these stay on the left side. And quickly running out of room. I'm going to set this over there for just a second. And what we're going to do, so once again, this is my top. I've got 3 on the left, 1 on the right. I've added another one for the mounting of the Nevermore. I know there's one right in the whatchamacallit on the there's one that mounts at the bottom. So I'll need one extra one on that side to mount the Nevermore. Then our upright. So if this is the top, we're going to lay that towards that way. This is our upright, and this is the bottom of our last Z motor. We're going to slide this in here. I'm going to slide that in there and push all of my nuts over because my nuts are in the way now. So we'll take out the 2 rather than 3. Slide it in from this side. I'll have to put these 2 nuts back in. And we're going to lay that down. And does it provide any measurement whatsoever? Does not. That's good. We'll need to line up our line joint. Make sure that everything's nice and tight together. And we're probably going to need to measure both sides of this to make sure that they are even. 27. 27. That's pretty darn even. We're nice and tight. 90-degree on both sides. All right. Yes, this is the 160 version of the salad fork. Yeah, I got to keep track of my nuts. So now we're going to need the frame assembly from the previous step, the rear Z assembly from the previous step, and count them, two J extrusion. This is going to be a blast. So we're going to set this like that. This is going to get set up like that. We're going to need two more of our J extrusions. And we got to make sure that all of our holes are in the right spot. So one side only has a hole at the top and the bottom. The other side has a hole in the top, one about 2/3 of the way up and one at the top. So this hole needs to be facing and lining up with the ones in the front. So in other words, your three holes should be going front to back. We're going to line this one up on the side. And one of these is too tight. One or both are too tight. So we're in the right way, and the extra hole is way further up than the other side. Darn it. Not seeing a burr, so why is this such a hard time? Finding out maybe it just wants to be turned around. Yeah, that's it. It just wanted to be turned around. It was being persnickety. So once again, we'll come at it from two different angles. We'll bring this in, make it nice and tight. I feel like I'm not getting into the head of that one. Yeah, that was nice and tight. This side. There we go. That was nice and tight. Now we'll need to do this corner and turn things around. Make sure that we line up once again. Our extra hole is on the top third and facing this way. Wonder if it's the powder coating has just made it a little tighter. Oops. Possible. One side. Other side. Everything's square. Nothing's wobbling. Front side is back to facing me. Actually, we'll do front side facing you. So 2 in the front, 1 rail in the back. Hey, Dutch dude, what's going on? Dude, your new realistic 3D printer is so damn cute. That was a cutie. You got to figure out how to bring that one with you when you come out here next time. Lucas Player, Pete, welcome in. Your new realistic furry 3D print. Yep. Yeah, but Max will get over it, I'm sure. We're going to prepare our Y-axis rails. So these are going to be the 2 rails that come across at these 2 points where we had the extra holes at, there and here. So we're going to prepare those rails next. So we need 2 of the H extrusions. So that would be these extrusions. We're going to take this and see about setting it over here in the corner out of the way for a minute. You guys probably didn't just hear my heart skip a beat because I heard nuts rolling everywhere in there. And I was like, no, don't drop the nuts. Okay. The 2 H extrusions. We're going to need 2 more of our MGN7 rails. These are 230 millimeters because we're doing a 160 build. We're going to need a bunch of nuts, of course. By the way, these are our nuts. And these have no extra holes on them, so it's just the holes at the end. We're just going to feed in the nut traps thingies. And then we'll lay our rails on there and we'll go. Apparently, these aren't as far as they truly need to be. We may have to add an extra nut onto the end once we start getting these going. Um, my M3 nuts away for the time being. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he'll come around. Give him some time. Give him some time. Pez there with the good used vanilla extract. It'll cover all the smells. Okay, we're going to use our M2 by 6 button head cap screws for these. Probably going to offset it this way. Start with. Yeah, so we're working on a salad fork build. So this is basically a reduced size trident or mercury, depending on how you want to look at it. Mercury with hydro. So, Dutch, what kind of cat was that? Than the kind that pisses Max off? Oh. Correct. These are ones you have to add right away. These are 15-15 rails. So if you don't add them, you're taking things back apart, which just sucks donkey balls. No two ways about that. Of course, the bar that he gave me is short one nut spot. I'm gonna have to use at least one M2 nut at the end. Sure. I think what it is, I got a 160 kit, and um, the M2 nut rails here are for a 120 kit. So that part stinks, but we'll make do. We will make do. British short hair? Okay. Hey, Ozzy, how are you doing? Welcome on in. We are continuing, well, we have started the build on the salad fort, which is a new build for the stream. Dutch dude, did you happen to see any of the Voron V02 build streams? Or the Saturday stream where we notified the recipient of that build? Yeah. Yeah. Freeheathen's like, he can speak now. Yeah, it took him a bit. Like, he was supposed to stream that day, and he wound up like delaying his stream like 2 hours just to be able to collect himself. Um, and then he was like, "No, don't tell the Mocos." And before he even said it, it was already clipped and posted on like the Mocos Discord, my Discord, a bunch of other Discords, and Twitter. And I think by later that day, Polymaker knew about it, which was one of his sponsors. So yeah, that was pretty awesome. Hey, Chris, welcome on in. Welcome on in. As you can see, we've made a little bit of progress. Um, made a little bit of progress in three. Oh, here we go. We're having to the nut bars that they gave me, the metal nut bars, appear to be for a 120 kit, and I've got a 160 kit. So I'm using most of the metal nut bars and then just one nut at the very end. We'll place those strategically so they won't hamper anything. Okay, so we've got these started on the rails. Insert rail nut holder into extrusion, attach button screws, use the MG7 rail guide parts to center the rail on the extrusion. Align one end of rail 24 millimeters from the end of the extrusion before tightening the screws. That's what I needed. Oh, thanks. So we need 24 millimeters. Okay, so we're going to go 24 millimeters. We're just going to use our depth gauge to push the rail up until we bottom out against the extrusion. That'll set our 24 millimeter depth. We'll need our MGN7 guides here to center it on the rail side to side. And we'll just work our way through tightening things down. So Chris, did you see my Discord DM? Bolts first. I have a feeling that wasn't tightened down. I may have to figure that one out. These off, put them over here. We'll do the same thing. Yeah, I figured as much, but I just wanted to call dibs and get, let you know that there's a pre-order already identified. Because looking at that rota, it's just begging, like begging to go on like the Rook 2020. And then the high temp obsidian nozzles, that's like a given for anything that I've got. Uh-huh. Right, Dutch dude. Nope, I'm waiting on my on the black box to order a bunch of parts. Okay, so we got these. We got those set. Line the end of the rails. Using an M3 button head cap screw and M3 nut, attach the rail stop to the opposite end of the rails. That would be this side. So we need a couple of, put these away. Need a couple of these and a couple of M3 by 8s. Yeah, really, Chris? No, do not ship my stuff to him. I need all my goodies. In fact, you missed the discussion earlier because we were talking about, oh, we need, I have the octopus board for this build, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. If I do CAN bus, which would be the more preferred way than doing, a full wire up, then I really only need 5 motors, which means what I need is like an M5P. And with the M5P, I can do an EBB 36 CAN bus toolhead board on this and a CB1, which I got to see if I've got a CB1 on hand. And then I wouldn't need a UTC because CAN bus should be on the Manta M5P if I remember right. So I just need to order a bunch more electronics, and we'll use the M8 or the Octopus on something else. I know it breaks your heart that I'm going to have to order more parts from you, but your next printer might be running a duet board with RepRap. Okay. Yes, they do have a beacon style probe. Daddy Lazzy. Or an SKR Mini with an MMB and an EBB 36. Run high power drivers in the MMB and then run XY and the MMU off of the MMB. Well, so my MMU2S is still on Purple Haze, which is my Mark III, which is over at Evil Diesel's house. However, I do have a trad rack, like a 12-lane trad rack, and I kept joking around with you, Chris, that if I got stuck on the black box build, and I needed a break and something a little less complex, I would just build a K3. And well, that K3 will be sitting here in case I need a break. Oh, I know Dutch. I know. I just keep teasing them that if I needed something less complex to just build on, I would just do a K3. Ramps with a CNC add-on board. No, dude, I've got like 3 ramps boards. I'll just run a couple of ramps boards. Couple of ramps boards and Big Tree Tech Pi, so I can just put 24 into everything. Don't need a 5-volt power supply. Yeah, you need to get those boxes to me, Chewy. We're going to start your build on Saturday, but I can't without those boxes. Use the steppers from the stock Ender 5 that's not a Merc. I don't have one of those. My Ender 5 is a Merc, and then I've got the Merc bottom up build. Okay, where were we at? We got the rail stop at the opposite ends. Add 1 M38 button head cap screw to each end of the extrusion. Okay, so that's the ones that are going in the back here. So we need 4 of these. No, I didn't use the stock steppers, but the stock steppers are sitting over in the corner with about 20 of their friends. So I do have the stock steppers. But yeah, I figured I've got the Trad Rack carabiner board and a couple of the Constellation boards, so I've got that part of the electronics for the K3. Also need to get some power supplies down the road. All right, Dutch dude, have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Continue to drop pictures of the new 3D print kitty, your little 3D print buddy. Okay, so we've got those now. Preload 2 M3 nuts onto the top and 2 M3 nuts into the bottom of the rail below the rail stop and the end of the extrusion. Okay, I get it now. So, because technically your rail is on the bottom, so this will be the top, and you want 2 at this end. It's so much easier to do without having the screws in the end. So I should have paid attention to that and waited. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now 2 from the other end. And then 2 down here at this end. And we're going to play drop my nuts 15 times. There we go. Don't stress too hard about it, Chewy. I'd say don't stress too hard about it. Just get it done. Okay, preload an additional 9 M3 nuts into the top of the rail if installing backers. Repeat for second extrusion. You mean like if we were installing these? And of course, there's only 8, so I'm not going to do 9 on each side. I'm going to do 8 on each side. Just like that. I've already dropped one. Possibly. Do that, I just didn't load it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. Now we'll just have to try and figure out spacing. Okay, and these should take flathead screws based on the way they look. I don't know if I remember seeing any flathead screws. So I guess we'll just grab some more of our M3x8 nuts. Here, I've got some M3 flathead screws. I will use personal stocks. Grab those. Yep. And once again, these are backers on the back side of a motion system, so we'll grab a little bit of thread locker on them. So Chris, did you say you're driving home? What's everybody else working on tonight? Anybody doing a build or getting ready for a build? I know Aaron is, but anybody else getting ready for a build? We're doing some other type of project. You know, Subsector's been working on installing Octoprint, which is always a cool little project. Bring parts for 2 ender switch wires and a heat sink press. Are you doing the stealth press or which heat set press are you using? Try and line this up kind of centered on the rail as I drop my nuts. Add. If I remember right, these are to center the backers side to side on the plate. One from printables. Okay, so the Stealth Press is one on printables. And that is the one that KB3D now is doing kits for. And he built one on his channel on Friday based on his kits. And I built one on Saturday that was self-sourced. I just like dropped all of mine, but yeah, I just put all these 8s in here and I think I bottomed them out on the extrusion. These I need to go and drop down to 6s. Then backfill my nut. After months of your rook sitting next to your desk, 95% complete, you finish wiring it. Well, that always helps. Like I'll tell you, my bugaboo, the wiring is still not up to what I want it to be. So I've got to work on that wiring some, but it's like, well, it's printing, so let it just continue to print. Now, if I was going to give it to somebody, then of course I would want to pretty her up a bit more. But right now she's good. In this game. So I just realized that I've got some of the black ones mixed in here. Either need to go all black or all not. Don't know if I've got why me. I mean, seriously. It'd be one short if I used the black one. Do it. Yeah, no will to finish it otherwise. Okay, Hybrid Robotics. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you could. Appreciate it. We'll be streaming again on Thursday. Yeah, so the plan and goal will be weekdays, so Tuesdays and Thursdays, we'll be working on the salad fork. And then on Saturday, we'll work on the uh, more on 2.4. We may have to do some preparatory work um, on the 2.4 just to get, like, we'll say sub-assemblies ready to go while we wait on a box from Chewy. And if we get to a holding pattern where we just can't move anymore without having that stuff, then we will go over and work on the B0. Where was the other one? Okay, so get our nuts back in here. Go up top. The other end. Over. There. To there. That one over. Yeah. I could get my no drop nut things in here. Okay, so we need to load another 8 nuts in here. Mm, 7, and one more. And don't worry, Aaron. Zombie has a problem with completing rooks as well. He gets them a certain part of the way done and then decides to tear them all apart and redo them again. Okay. Just like to finish 2.4. How far along are you, Pete? Gotcha. Now, is this one that you're wiring yourself, or are you using is this a linear or an LDO kit, or line them up so that they match? Or standard tightening procedure from the inside out? An LDO Rev A kit. Okay. Yeah. I hear you there. That was the one problem with a couple of my builds is I was doing so many like upgrades, you know, from the beginning that it just made it that much more difficult to get everything done without a hitch. I think I'm missing. There we go. Okay, so did the backers repeat second extrusion. Be careful not to let the rail carriage slide off the rail. You should have the following preloaded on the H extrusions. Top 4 M3, 4 by 3 or 13 if it's sliding back. 1, 2, 4 and 4. Bottom 2 front, 2 back. Front, 2 back. 2 front, 2 back. None on the outer side. No idea what rail this is showing because looks like this one, but it should have 2 in the front, 2 in the back. It shows 2 up here, none down here, which is why. Y-axis extrusions, 8 trails, attach previous step. So we're going to slide these down and they are going to be attached between the front and rear extrusions. The exact distance from the frame will be set later. The rails should be facing the bottom of the frame and the printed end stops are closest to the front rails. So the printed end stops are closest to the front rails, which are awesome because that means I just put the backers on backwards. I will mess with those once I get this on here and I can deal with it a little bit easier. So these are going to go in the front. So this is, let me clean this up real fast. We will put these in and we're almost at 9 o'clock. We'll see how much further we go. We might be able to get the rest of the uprights in, but we'll see how far we can make it. This is a funnel for a little gridfinity bin, which works perfect for these situations as well. Closed up, putting it on the way. Yeah, it's the building with upgrades at the same time that always tends to cause me pain and consternation. Um, just because of the differences of things not matching up. So I'm going to move this over here a little bit and adjust our camera. So what we're going to do is these are going to go between the front and the rear rails. So once again, this is our rear. These are our front. And the printed stop needs to be towards the front. They will go in there like this. Yeah, I think what I'm doing is I'm running into um, the heads of the button head cap screws really, really tight in a couple of these channels. And it just has to do with the powder coating, I believe. Yeah, I'm actually cutting into the powder coating in the back as I'm going through the channel with the M3 screw. So there we go. Broke a bit. Closer. Now it kind of should be going nice and gently down, but this is the case of powder coated frames. Sometimes that powder coating adds just a little bit to the tolerance of the parts. So I'm starting to get this tightened. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 1, 2, 3 block and hold it angled across um, the two extrusions, and that should keep it from rotating. And once again, we're gonna tighten this up for now, but we're not gonna make it super duper tight because the goal is that we will set the height once we um, once we get the top rails on. We've got some parts here that we will use as a tool to set the height of these rails. So they're going to be close as it is right now because we're lining them up on the um, with the blind joint holes, but it'll be even more so once we use those parts to line them up. So once again, now I flip the printer around. The back is towards the camera. The front's over here. That's where my printed end stop needs to be, is facing the front. Need to work this down until we get it out in line with the hole. With the hole. Do the same thing as before. We'll use our 1, 2, 3 block just to keep them lined up and not twisted. Snug these up. Okay. Rails, I'll take ones off with the stops there. And we'll go ahead and screw these and turn it around. Why you refuse to build an LDO kit? Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going to do a ton of upgrades, like the LDO kit that I did, the only upgrades I did on that build when I built it was um, give me a second. So it came with the Rev 3 kit came with the um, excuse me, the nozzle brush, the Nevermore. I think I added the backers. What else did I? I think that was literally it. Was I just added the backers? Um, didn't really muck with it that much, which is really weird for me. I know. And yeah, that's the only time I've gotten into trouble is when I've deviated in order to install an upgrade. Um, and of course, that's just the nature of the beast. You've deviated from the set plans, so now I have a few upgrades for Bay Dragon, which is the other 2.4. That was the one that was the first one I built that was based off of the printed forward parts that I won at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. And it's using a lot of parts from Tensor 3D. And that build, I've got a CNC tap. I've got some carbon fiber AMV motor parts. And so the plan would be to probably go ahead and get the full carbon fiber kit and change the entire XY gantry system over to carbon fiber um, tubes. Um, so that's one of the ideas that I have there is go with full CNC tap and the carbon fiber rails. And then what else? Of course, that would get rid of, well, CNC tap I could do with no problem because it's got tap in it today. So going to CNC tap 2 is basically like a swap out, right? And I don't have to, I'm not going to change it to anything else. That one is CAN bus today. So there's no other thing I need to do there. Is just swap out the printed Rev 8 tap for the CNC tap. And then I'll reuse all those parts on something else down the road. Was the drop game working or was it not? I don't know if it froze or not. I was hoping to get the frame um, stuff done today, the frame section, and then that way on Thursday we would start off in the um, doing the Z-axis. Okay. Now what's next? That's top extrusions. 2H, 2E, 2H, 2E. The E will be the short ones, the H's will be the long ones. Need a total of 28 M3 nuts. E extrusion. We need on the E. Pour into the top of each extrusion. H, 2H, and 2E. So all I'm doing is just checking the extrusions to see if there's any um, uh, Mars or anything and making sure that those will be facing down. We're going to start with the top. So 4 nuts into the top of each of these. Folks, I'm going to take a seat. And actually, I'm going to mute the mic real fast and blow my nose so I stop sniffling in ears. And we're back. So, 4 nuts at the top of each. Okay, so 4 nuts at the top of each. 4 nuts onto one side of 2 H extrusions. These will face the outside of the printer. 4 nuts, side. 2 nuts into one side of one extrusion E. This will face the outside of the printer. One if using the Fabrico back panel, not. So I'm not using the Fabrico kit, so we're going to go with 2 nuts into the bottom of the same E extrusion. This will go in the rear of the frame, if using the Fabrico back panel. And I'm not using Fabrico panels. All right, now we're going to do our 3x8 button head cap screws. That's for the time being. Yeah, now I do tend to grab like the linear wiring harnesses for certain things. Like for Chewy's build, I got the linear wiring harness for under the deck. And then the top, we're going to be doing CAN bus, so there's no use in getting the linear stuff. So we're going to use a CAN bus system. And I will either make the CAN bus cable myself, which I've done for both my Mercs, or um, Chris has um, there's a new CAN bus that's got I think it's a 3DO cable. Maybe it's linear, but it's got the 4-pin for the EBBs, 36s, and the 4 Molex pin, and it's got the flange already built in for the for the back motor mount piece. So it's already got the flanges built in, and like what is it, Linux or whatever? It looks like an aviation connector for the part that goes under the deck. So it should make it pretty nice and snazzy. Okay, so we've got 4 on the top, 4 on the outer side for the H. Right? 4 at the top, 4 at the outer edge. Oh, keeps coming in. A little bit of everything. There's that one. There's that one. This one is the special E-rail that's going to go in the back. Got 2 at the bottom, 2 at the back, and 4 at the top. There. Then the last one is just 4 at the top. Yeah. How do you like the chain flex? I've never used it personally, so okay. Attach the extrusions to the frame, making sure that the preloaded nuts are on the top and outside faces of the extrusion, and the extrusion with 2 nuts at the bottom is at the rear of the frame. Okay. Now we get to start using our 1, 2, 3 block again. And we're going to just slide our extrusions in there. So we're nice and good across the top. This side, we need to make sure that we've got the 4 on the outside and 4 on the top. Okay, by making sure I'm good at the top, I should be good on both sides as well. So far I am. We're just going to keep working our way around. Once again, doing a little bit of verification on our parts to make sure that we've got everything oriented right. So in this case, I've got 4 at the top, 2 at the back, 2 at the bottom. Make sure I've got the 4 at the top. Put this down in there. And over here, I'm going to make sure we're flush at the top by pulling the top bar up while pushing down at the center. Should be able to keep everything nice and square at the top of the frame. Once again, if it's square at the top, it should keep it from rotating at all anywhere else. And last one. And make sure we've got the 4 at the top, 4 at the side. That side is going to be facing me, and 4 at the top. Same as before. Push down, pull up, make sure it's flush. Tighten one side. Same thing over here. Push down, pull up. And tighten. Feel nice and good with top extrusions done. Find the Y extrusions. Now we're going to use our 2 spacers, which are these pieces. And what we'll do is put these in the slot. One side. The other. Like that. We've got our Y rail spaces done. And the frame is complete. And that is where we are going to call it a night. And we will come back and work on the next set, which I believe is going to be the z-axis next. Oh yeah, that white is really nice. White turned out really nice. I was a little bit apprehensive, but and then give me a second and I'll show you the color scheme for this one. So our color scheme is what's going to be the white with the orange and purple. So that's going to be our color scheme. White, orange, and purple. Yeah, the white and the black. I've seen a couple of those. There was let's say it was at Murph 2 years ago. There was a person there that they were at the duet table, and they had a white framed build with all white wiring, and the wiring was just gorgeous, like raceway, almost like raceway done. It was just beautiful. Yeah, definitely worth the time to do that. So we got the frame complete. Next up will be the Z motion. That's where we'll start next or next stream. So Thursday, that's installing our motors. We'll put the bottom panel in. We'll put some. Hey Chris, weren't we talking about panels for the salad fork? Like, I know I had the clear panels in um my box in my cart, but we were talking about cutting the deck and back panels, the deck, the bottom, and the back panels. Did you, by any chance, throw that in the mix? Just shoot you a message anytime. Okay. I guess I will shoot you a message then today because I'm pretty sure I've got a bunch of stuff in my basket already. Hey, look, there's 10 items in the solid fork door. Wiring. There's those MR85 bearings. As soon as I get those, then of course I will find the other ones that I procured earlier. Um, yeah, so what I will do is I will send you a note after the stream to say, hey, I need you to cut the um, cut the panels for the salad fork. What we say, you can do acrylic. You can do the acrylic, but if I wanted ACM or polycarb, you set those out, right? We said we were going to do the acrylic, which should be fine because everything else on this is going to be acrylics. So, um, yeah, Aaron, and I've got a CNC. I have cut my own panels before. I can cut my panels now. Um, yeah, I'm going to be lazy because I don't have black acrylic. What I have is 3 millimeter ABS sheet, which is textured on one side, and then the other side is smooth. But that smooth is always marred somehow, right? So yeah, that's what I would need would be some matte black acrylic that I could then cut with my CNC. But I like, you know, I gotta make sure Chris is kept busy. So I'll send you a message after this, Chris, and then if you could, um, just add that to this cart and go ahead and close it out um, with my PayPal and get it going. That would be fantastic. Cool. Hey, Major Gamer Geek, how are you doing? So we've been working on the salad fork build, and we've got the frame done. This is a kit, or I should say, a collection of sub kits that I got from um, Deep Fried Hero. He had a sale going on for these, so I picked one up. This is a 160 size um, salad fork. So right now we've got the main frame done. We're going to do the Z axis, and then we'll come in and do our gantry and add our gantry in with our motors and stuff. Somehow that may or may not go in there. But yeah, that's going to be the bed. So one of these, probably the shorter one, is between there with the motors. But yeah, we're gonna continue to do this build, and yeah, we will continue this on Thursday, and then the plan currently is Saturday we will start the Chewy build, which is a Boron 2.4 self-sourced. And we'll start working on that as far as we can get because we're still waiting on some boxes for them as well. Good. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. And for now, we will go ahead and get a raid ready. News ads to make sure they don't try and add us. Getting ready to raid out. And I saw that Creatix Brit had gone online. Uh, so, yep. So Brit has gone online. So I'm going to go ahead and initiate the raid to head over to Creatix Brit. Everybody, please go with me on the raid and go say hi to Brit. And as I said before, we will come back on Thursday to continue this build. It's going to be a white frame with orange as the primary part or primary color and galaxy purple for the accent. So thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for chilling out with me. And pretty soon we're going to have another little cool little machine to go, high-tech machine going. So thanks everybody. And like I said, let's go over and raid into Creamsicle and give her some fun. Give her some love. Thanks all.